Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. It's me Anil. I am back with a new project series, that is e-commerce website using ASP.NET C# and SQL Server Management Studio. So this is a project. I have already uploaded this complete demo video of this project on my YouTube channel. You can find it there, this one. So in the first video of this project series, I will be going to create the database and tables, and then we'll move for the template integration of this user and then the admin template. This is an admin template. So we're going to integrate both the templates. Okay, so first let's get started with the database and tables. So database name, like we'll be using here e-commerce YT, and then it has almost 12 tables for this project. That the tables that we're going to use, that is the category, subcategory, product images, roles, users, product review, then wish list, cart, contact, payment, orders. So this will be the table structure, how it looks. First one, category, which will have category ID, category name, image URL, is active, and created date. Then for subcategory, the first one is subcategory ID, subcategory name, category ID, and then is active, created date. So you can see here, this table, product table, has many columns here. Then product images, where it will going to save the images of the product, and here we'll in this project we'll be adding 4 images for each product. So that's why I have created separate tables for storing the product images. Okay, and then the roles. So we can further modify this project with the right now, I will be making with 2 roles, admin and the user. In future, further we can expand and add a new roles like vendor. Okay, the vendors who can sell their products in this shopping website. Okay, users, the details, the role, image. Okay, and the product review, the user gonna give the review on the product which they have bought. Okay, so that for that table we have created the rating, how much rating they are giving for which product, and comment part, what review they are giving for that, and which user is giving, and when it is review was done. So all the details we will do store here in this table. Then wish list, then cart, then contact, the payment details, here we are going to use the dummy card payment. So there, not only card, I think this one cash on delivery option will be there. So we're going to store all the details in this table regarding the payment. Then orders, then order details, the details like the status of the orders you can find from these tables. Okay, so these are the main 12 tables, okay, that we're going to create right now. So let's start. Open your SQL Server Management Studio. Click on New Query. So first we're going to create the database, then tables. Create database name, e-commerce YT, that is YouTube, because I have already have the e-commerce DB, e-commerce new DB, so that's why I'm going to use here e-commerce YT for like YouTube. Okay, so now then, like we created the database, we want to select here our database that we have created. For that we have the command here, use, and the database name. Then after that, in that database we're going to create our tables one by one. So let's execute this query, and it will go to create our database. Now we want to select here our database, so we can go from here as well, or you can execute this query. It will go to select database. Now we are going to create our tables. The first table is category. Create table category. First one is category ID, that is of type integer, and we want to make it primary key. We can okay, so it's a primary key and it will be identity as well. So let's add it. Identity, we can give here the parameters. The first one, like from where it will going to start, and the second one, it will how much it will going to increment by. Okay, so like this is our the first column, but here we don't need to give the comma. Okay, then second column is category name, so it's better to copy from here. It's a varchar 100. Third one is category image URL. It's a varchar max. Then fourth one is active, which is of type bit, that is a boolean. Then created date. which is of type date type. So this is our first table: category ID, category name, image URL, is active, date. Let's create it. Looks good. It's created successful. Now let's move forward with the second table. Let's copy it, paste, subcategory, copy, paste, paste, so first one, it will be like integer primary key identity, it will remain same. Okay, then the name is like same data type. We don't have image for the subcategory part, we have only image in the categories, not in the subcategory. So the first one remains same, the second one also remain the same, and the third one, that is the category ID. So it is a foreign key, that means this column is coming from this category table, the first column, category ID. So it is your primary key. If we are using this column in some other table, then it will act as a foreign key. So we will going to create a foreign key for this here column, category ID. So it is of type integer. First we have to give the type of that column, and then the relationship, like it's a foreign key. So let's give it copy, paste, but it will directly don't consider this foreign key, because we want to give it the relation for which tables column we are considering this as a foreign key. So for that we need to give the references and the table name, that is category, and of which column it will going to consider, that is category ID. Okay, so now suppose when the user or the when the admin delete any category, okay, so suppose that category have one or two product present, okay, or subcategory. Okay, we don't have product right now, we have subcategory. Suppose that category have one or two subcategories, okay, suppose, and we are deleting that category. So right now we don't have that category, like which we have subcategory, for which that we have the subcategory. So when we display the subcategory details or data, we're going to get the error, because that ID, that category we don't have. So at that time, for that category, when we want to display their names, it will going to give us error. So we don't want that. So for that we can handle, like when admin delete the category, it will going to relate all its subcategories. Okay, so for that, here in the foreign key relationship, after that we have to mention here on delete. When it's deleting this category, it will go to delete cascade, and I need to give it as not null. As you know, if you don't know, no problem, the foreign key columns can remain null, so that's why I'm giving here not null. and in the first case here it should be not null. Let's copy this. The image URL as well, not null. Is active, not null. Okay, and get time as well. If we don't mention this not null, it will by default be a null. Okay, so it will by default going to have a null value if we don't pass any value to that columns. So if we want a compulsory value, mandatory value in that column, at that time we can use the not null. Okay, in primary key it will be a default not null because we are using the primary key, and primary key can't be a null value, so that's why it's automatically consider this as a not null. This one also not null, as well as this. Okay, and I think we have already created this table, so this after that this not null not going to consider, so we need to delete that table and create it again. Okay, let me show you this the data type with null, it will be there. Let me show you. Go to design, you will see here allow null. This one is checked, all is checked because we didn't mention that it will be null or not, so by default consider as null. And as I said, like for the primary key column it is by default not null, that means allow nulls is not there, it's not checked. So we don't want this as a null, so we want to update it. We can do it from here, like unchecked which columns we don't want that it should be allowed, it should allow nulls. Just unchecked it and then save it, it will gonna save it. Okay, but I'm doing it from no changes. I'm going to do it from this query part. So first of all I will be creating a query to delete that table. Drop table category then click on execute. The command completed successful. Now we can create this table. It's created. Now we can see, just refresh it and go to design. You can see here it's not checked. Okay, let's close it. Remove this one. Okay, so we have done with the category. Now let's create the subcategory. Now the third one, is product. Create table, table name product. The first one is product ID. And it is integer and primary key, so let's copy from here. Then the second one is product name. Okay, 100. And it will be a not null. Short description. And let's give it to 200, and it will be a null. It means it will be optional, not a mandatory field. Then the fourth column, long description. And it will be a max, varchar max. So again it will be a optional field, optional columns, max. Then additional, and it will remain same. Okay, let's copy this, paste, and then column name is additional description. Then price, which will of type decimal. Mostly we use here 18,2 till 18 digits, like it will going to consider, and then after that like it will going to give after 2, it will going to give 2 decimal point, like 0.00 something at the end, and then quantity, and it will, and it's a integer column. So we want the price and quantity, so that's why we have to consider as not null. And then the size and color. So it will be a varchar, so let's use varchar, and it will be an optional, so that will be a null. We don't want the size as 100, let's give it to 25 or 30, let's consider 30, and the color, let's say 40, we can say 50. Then company name, let's say 100, varchar 100, and it will be an optional. Then the tag, okay, we don't have a tag. Okay. Then category ID, So category ID here, it's a foreign key, so that we have used here. Let's copy, paste. Okay, so after category ID, let's take the next one, that is subcategory ID, and it is of type integer. And again it's a not null field. Then sold is customized. The sold here, it's an integer and it can be null. Then is customized is of type bit, that is a boolean type, and it can be not null. The last second last is active and then created date. I think we have here, so let's copy from here, paste it. Okay, so we have all the required columns for this table. Okay, let's select this query and execute it. So it's created successful. Then after product, we have product images. Create table, table name, the first one is the image ID. Let's copy and try to paste here. Okay, we got all at once. Okay, so image ID will be here, the auto increment primary key. So let's paste, and the image URL, that is of type varchar max. So copy, paste. Then product ID, it's a foreign key, so let's copy the category one, copy and paste it here for product ID. And now we want to replace here that table name and the column name. Table is product and column is product ID. And for the default image, it is of type bit and null. So let's create this table. Execute. It's created. After, the next table is role. Create table roles. It has role ID and role name. Role ID here, it will be a primary key, auto increment. So let's paste, and the role name here it's a varchar. Here for this role we don't want here primary key, and okay, we want primary key but we don't want the identity, so we'll remove it. I will say the reason for that. Actually, we will going to create the role manually in tables, like the admin, the user. Suppose if it is the ID is created automatically, auto increment, then suppose if I have deletes any role in between, then that role ID will be different. Like suppose the first one is admin and the second one is user, and I have deleted the first one, and now I have to create the admin again. Then like if I create a new admin, then it will have the role ID 3, but I want the admin role ID should be 1. So that's why in that case, like I will not able to get the role ID 1 again for that the admin. So that's why I'm not taking here auto increment, like this one, identity part. Okay, definitely it will going to have a primary key, so we'll remove the identity and use integer and primary key for that role ID. And for role name it will be a varchar, so let's copy from here, varchar role name, and I think it's 50 enough for that. Okay, so let's create it. That's good. The next table is user. Okay, let's insert the roles as well right now for this table roles. For now, like we have only 2 roles. In future, like if we want to add the vendor, then for that we need to modify every pages where it is going to check which user is logged in. Okay, so for that we need to modify that every part in every pages for that particular part. Okay, so let's execute this query, and it will go to insert 2 records. Okay, so we can check here. First let's refresh the tables. You can say here the roles. For viewing the data of the table, we can just go from here, select top 1000 rows, and we'll go to display data. Okay, so now next one, that is the users. Create table name users. Okay, we can use user as well, but user is a predefined keyword for this the SQL server, so we can't use that. Like if you want the still we want to use that name, then we can enclose it in square bracket, then we can use that name, otherwise it will gonna give us the error. Okay, so I'm using here users. Okay, the user ID will be a primary key, identity. Let's copy it, paste. The name will be a varchar 50. Let's consider this as null and make it 50. Then username, it will be a varchar 50, but username should be unique. So for that we need to use a unique keyword here. Then mobile number, varchar 50, null, email, varchar 50, null, address, varchar max. And for postcode, varchar 50, password, varchar 50, image URL, varchar max. Now it's a role ID, so it's a foreign key. Let's copy this line of code and paste it here for this role ID, and again the table name and column name we need to change. It's coming from the roles table, replace it, and column ID, that is role ID. Okay, so now the date, that is the date time, this one, copy. For mobile number we can make it 15 or 20. Let's say 20, because 50 will be a lot more size for the mobile. So let's create table, the user, select, create, it's created. Now after the user, the next table is create preview, create table, table name, so here review ID will be a primary key, so let's copy this one. The rating, here it's an integer, not null. Comment, varchar max. Product ID, here it will be a foreign key, so let's copy the product foreign key relationship, copy, paste. User ID, okay, the space which we have copied, we're going to replace the table name, users, then user ID. Okay, then created date will remain same here. Let's copy this one. Okay, so we have done all the columns for this table product review. Let's create it, select, execute. The next one is wish list. Create table, table name, wish list. primary key. Product ID here, it will be a foreign key. Product ID and user ID here will be a foreign key. So let's copy this both column and paste it here. So we have that, and date also here will be same. So paste. Okay, so wishlist is done. Wishlist ID primary key, product ID foreign key, user ID foreign key, and date time. Okay, it's done. Let's create this table. Execute. Then the next one is cart. Copy this column names. Create table name cart. Paste. Cart ID will be a primary key, auto increment, paste, and then product, let's copy, user ID, let's copy, the quantity will be your integer null, and date time. Okay, so cart has been created here. Now the 10th one is contact. Create table name contact. It's a primary key, so let's copy the name, that is the varchar, date time, copy, name varchar 50, email varchar 50, subject let's make it 100 or maybe 200. Let's make it 200, and then the message will be a varchar max. Now let's create it. The next one is payment. Create table name payment. Payment ID will be a primary key. Name varchar 50. Card number varchar 50. Expiry date varchar 50. CVV number of type integer, and address will be a max. Okay, so and payment mode here it will be a varchar 50. Okay, let's create this table. After that, orders, I think this is the last table. Create table name, orders. Order details ID, it's a primary key, so let's copy this one, paste it here. Order number, it will be a varchar max. Quantity, it will be integer. Null. Then user ID will add foreign key with status varchar 50. Payment ID will be foreign key. Date time will be a date time. Date time null. So let's copy. Is cancel will be a bit. Okay, we'll do that in a bit. So let's copy the product ID relationship here, paste. Then the user ID relationship, copy, paste. And for the payment we don't have, so let's copy this and replace with the payment table name and column name. The last one, that is the is cancel, is of type bit, not null, and it will suppose if we don't provide any value, in this case it will have a default value, that is 0. So I have to mention it, default 0. If no value is inserted, it will add 0 by default. Okay, so let's create it, and it's created. Okay, so our table database and tables part is now completed, and we can see here just by refreshing our tables, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, all 12 tables has been created here. And I think for this video it will be enough, so we'll now integrated design the template part in our second video, the second part. So I hope you guys like this video, and if it is a help, it will be helpful to you, then do subscribe and like this video. Hello guys, welcome back to our channel. It's me Anil. We are back in the series of online e-commerce website using ASP.NET. In previous video, that is part number 1, we have created database and all required tables in it. Now in today's video, that is part number 2, we're going to create our project in Visual Studio, and then we're going to integrate 2 ready-made templates in our project, like admin and the user. We're going to download both templates from from Google, which will be a free download. Okay, so we're going to integrate it one by one. So guys, let's get started. So first of all, open your Visual Studio. Okay, so I am using here Visual Studio 2022. If you're using the same version, then first of all you need to install the Webform components. Okay, so which you have to do it manually. So open your Visual Studio installer first. Modify. Here in ASP.NET and web development, this one. So here you need to install like this one, .NET Framework Project and Item Templates. And then like if you want this versions development tools, then you can select it. Then the main thing here, additional project template, which will be have your previous versions and all. Okay, and like if you want the latest version in .NET Framework, that is 4.8.1, you can use that or leave it. Okay, so just do it these two main, or just select the three, this .NET Framework Project and Item Template, this .NET Framework 4.7.1 development, and then this one, additional project templates. Okay, so just select these three and install it. Okay, after installing it, close your installer and open your Visual Studio. Click on create new project. So here we need to create a web application. This is the first one we're going to use, that is ASP.NET web application in .NET Framework, which is using C# language. Okay, so just click on next. Now here we need to give the name for this project. Let's say e-commerce. And select your desired location. You can have your project name and solution name different. It's not like required, you have to keep it same name, but you can change the solution name as well as the project name. Both can be different. Okay, so like here for the framework I have the 4.81 as well, so but like I'm using here 4.8. okay, and then create. So here we'll select empty and Webform. Just uncheck this configure for HTTPS and authentication as none. Okay, let's create it. So project has been created here. Okay, so now we have to download the templates that we want to integrate in our project. So open your Chrome browser or any browser. Now search for theme wagon. Now you can search here the theme name which you want to download. Suppose like which we are going to use, that is eShopper. This one. Let's open it in a new tab. And the second one that we want to download, that is Admin Mart. enter this one, open new tab. So first download this eShopper. Just click on this send download link. You have to provide your email address here, and then it will going to send the download link in your email address. So they have sent the download link to our email address. Let's do it for this one also. It's done. Let's open our Gmail. Just click on this link. So downloading had been started here. You can see it's been done. Let's download the second one. Okay, now let's close this. Okay, so we have downloaded the both. The first one is around 1 MB and the second one is around 31 MB. Okay, so let's open it. Let's extract these zip files. So this is the files present in this zip file for the eShopper. So now like if you open this any page, like the index, the main one, just double click on it, will open your in browser. So like this is a template. So this will going to integrate first in our project. So let's close this and open your Visual Studio. So first create your folder, add new folder. Let's add first user, and then we want to add the template for the user. So for that we're going to create a new folder here, user template, and then we're going to create a folder for admin and then admin template. Okay, so first of all let's copy the templates files required files in user template. So this one, the folders that we see here, let's select all, copy, then paste in this user template folder. Paste. Okay, it's done. Now let's create one new page, one new master page in user folder. Just right click on the user folder, click on new item, and here you will get the master page, Webform master page here. If you didn't get, search from here. Okay, so let's give the master page name as user. Okay, as you know, in .NET Web Form we are not able to run the master page in browser. Let me show you. If I run this, what we'll get? It's saying forbidden, 403. We can't directly run the master page in browser, so that's why we need to create a different page which will be using our master page, so we can see the things of design used in master page. We are able to see that new page which has been created from that master page. Okay, so first of all we need to create a page web form with master page using this master. Okay, so let's create a new item here. Here, and new item, web form with master page, web form with master page. Let's give it here the home page that we are going to use in user module. Let's give the name as default, because in .NET we used to give it default. If we are creating the HTML website, then we are giving index for the home page. It's a naming convention that we use, and while deploying this website in any hosting website, at that time also it asks for the same name like a default or index. Okay, so that's why we need to use this name pattern. Okay, let's create. So we are creating for the user, so we need to select the master page which is present in user folder. Okay, so our page has been created here. So let's print some message here, save it, and now run. You can see the message that we have printed displayed here. So now what we want, if this is a master page, and if we print some message here in the above, and refresh this page, can see here this content is coming from the master page and this content is coming from its child page. Okay, so now you know, if we create another web form with master page, that is a child page of master, so you will get this same content in that page as well, because we are using the same master page, and the child page gets everything, every content from their master page. Okay, so if we want to integrate the template, the design page, especially that this index page, suppose let's open it. You can see here this navigations, menus and all. Okay, so we want this everything should appear in every pages, this one as well as the at the bottom you can see the footer part also is there. So we want to appear in every pages for website. So that means that specific part of design we need to keep in our master page, we need to add it in master page. So So the main page, that is the main page code is present in index page. So that's why we're going to use the code from this index and keep it in our master page. For like this one, the top one, menus, this navigations, banners, but we don't have banner in every page, but this we of course we have this navigation in every page. This one, categories navigation. If we go to the shop page, we will see here still we have that categories navigations, but we don't have that that banner image like which we have in the home page. Okay, but can see the footer part still we have. So that means the footer remains same in every pages, as well as the top header part, as well as this category list. Okay, so we're going to use our that first page, that is the index. Okay, so let's open that index page in any editor or notepad. So I am having here notepad++, so I will be going to use that in opening it, and so I will be using that. So let's open this in notepad++. Okay, so this is the code. Okay, so now let's use this code in our master page of user one by one. So let's copy first the head part code. Let's copy from till here. Let's copy till here. Now let's remove this, or let's do undo. Yeah. So in head part we need to paste that. We have already title tag here, so let's remove this one. Okay, so after that let's minimize this. Okay, so can see how many sections are divided in this page inside the body. The first one is top bar, okay, then nav bar, then featured start, then categories, offers, products, subscribe products, and vendor, and the last one is footer. So if you go in browser here, can see the first one is the header. This one header, top bar, the first one, this one, the top bar, the second nav bar, this one, this one, as well as this one, this part also comes in the nav bar, and then the feature product, this one, and then offer start, this one, and then product start, this one, then subscribe start, this part, then product start, this one, products, then vendors, this one, and the last one, the footer. And after that, can see here back to top. This one, can see if we click on it, it will take us to the top of the page. So we need to use this first one, like we don't want to use this first one, the top bar. We are going to use this nav bar part and the footer part, this one, as well as this back to top. Okay, so let's copy that part. This is a top bar, so we don't need to use that. Let's copy this one, nav bar. So inside the form tag we want to paste that. Paste it. Okay, let's save and check in browser. Save it. The project is already running, so let's view in browser, refresh it and see, but it's not looking expected like we have seen in browser, right? So because the links which has been used for this, the files like CSS and Bootstrap files which is used in this template is not getting the path for that. So that's why this issue, like we are not able to see a proper view for it. Okay, so let's fix that first, then we'll go to integrate further the further part. Okay, as we keep this template in user template folder, so if we see, like if you notice this part, like it's getting the this icon favicon from the directly from the image folder, but we don't have here any image folder at the outside. We have, but in user template. So we need to fix that. Means we need to provide the proper path for finding that file. Same for this, like wherever we have to this use, we need to fix that part. Okay, so first of all, right now we are having in this user folder, so we need to come out one folder outside so that we can access this the main folder. If you close here this one, so right now we are inside the user folder, that is the master page, the user master page present in user folder, right? So we are currently inside the user folder, so we need to come out one step back to access this folder user template. So for coming back outside from the existing location, so we're going to use // and then the folder name, that is the user template. And now we can, like we came to user template, now we can use that image folder. Okay, so let's copy this part and paste it where it requires, like here. Now save it and refresh the browser. Now you can see the styling part is working, but the image part still is like it's left. So let's fix that also. See here, we have two images. Okay, so let's save it. Now refresh. Now you can see that image also came here. Okay, so at the top you can see that we don't have this part, we want this part, not this one. So inside that top part, I think this both part is there, so we need to add that code as well, and then we're going to remove the specific the top bar. Okay, so let's copy this top bar code and paste it in our master page here. Save it. Now refresh it. Okay, so now we want to remove this part. Okay, first of all let's add the footer part as well, then we're going to remove this part. Okay, can see this closing of categories is not working yet because some files we need to include at the end of the body tag, so that part is remaining, so we're going to fix that. Okay, so first So first let's copy the footer part. You don't need to copy this all. So this is a footer part. Let's copy, as well as this one. No, only copy the footer part, then we're going to copy that. Copy. And the important thing, we need to paste that footer code after this div tag and just before the form tag. Make sure it should be before ending of Webform, ending of forms tag. Okay, paste it, then save it, refresh it. You can see footer part is added. If you notice here, this hello world is coming from the default page, and the rest of the footer and the top headers part is coming from the user master page. Okay, so let's add that back to top code, this one, as well as copy all this code just before the before the body tag. Okay, let's copy and paste it after the form tag just before the body tag. Okay, save it. Now we want to fix this file link, okay, the path issue. So I have already copied that, right? So let's paste it here, as well as here, paste, save it. Now refresh our browser. Now if you notice here, now it's working, right? And if we click on this, it will take us to the top of the page. Okay, now we want to remove this part. Okay, let's remove it. Here, okay, so this first div, let's minimize it. I'm just removing this part, div part, and saving it, and let's check whether we have removed the top bar. Yes, we have removed. That's what we want. Now I don't want this search part, the search here. Okay, so I want to remove that as well. So that is the search for product, this one. So let's remove this part, save, and let's see here. Okay, so it's came at the middle. We don't want that, so let's undo Control Z. We don't want this form tag. Let's remove this part and let it be the div tag here. Save it, and now refresh. Now you can see that search bar that has been gone, and every thing is at the place. Okay, now it's done. Okay, so we have done that. Okay, now what I want that the remaining part, like this one, this part, okay, I want to keep in my home page, that is in default page. Okay, so let's add this part of code in default page. Right now we are adding all the codes like this one to top header and the bottom footer part in the master page. Okay, so now let's add this part in our default, that is a home page. So we have added the nav bar as well as footer bar. Okay, footer part. So now we want to add that part in default, that is our home page. So it's going to start from here, the feature start, and we're going to end here the vendor. Okay, because we have copied the footer as well as the nav bar and the top bar. Okay, now let's select and copy this code and paste it here inside this. Okay, so I pasted it here. Now let's go to browser and refresh it. Now you can see here we have got that, but the image part is not added here. Okay, so I want here this part, so we're going to I want this part as well as this categories part as well as this part, but I don't want this 20 products. I want this stay updated and don't want this just arrived. So we're going to remove this section just arrived and 20 products. We don't want this product, let's remove. Save it. Remove this. Offers, subscribe, categories, featured. Okay, now let's save it and refresh the browser. Now we have only those part which we want, but image is not visible yet, so we have to fix that as well. So let's copy that part, the image path, this one that we need to fix. Copy till here. Now let's do it one by one. In featured, okay, we don't have any image here for the features. For the categories here we have, so here paste, save it, refresh. Okay, now it's working. Let's do it for this offer section. Where we have the image part here. Save, refresh. Okay, now this one we have the image or not. Okay, here also we have that the vendor part. In subscriber I don't think so that there is an image. Save and refresh. Okay, now it's done. So our home page is now done. Now let's integrate the code for this the shop page, then shop details page. So let's create a page for the shop. So for that we need to stop the project and then create a page here inside the user folder. Add new item. So we're going to use every page as Webform with master page. So you need to select the master page. let's create a page for this shop details page as well. You can see here we're going to have here this one web form with master page, so we don't need to go inside this item template again and again because we recently used that template, so we are able to get it here itself. So let's click on web form with master page and give the name here shop details. Okay, so let's integrate that code first in shop page. So let's open that code in Notepad++. So we have already did this part, this one, the head part. So we are going to get that code again and again. This top bar as well, we don't want that. Okay, so we want only the part that we want. Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, so we want this, the page header and the shop. Okay, so let's copy this both and paste it inside the shop page. Save it. The same let's do for shop detail, that is detail page here. So here we are going to start from page head shop detail products. Copy this and paste it inside shop detail page. Save it. Now let's run and see. Let's run and see. Okay, so we have that the shop details page. Now it's running. Okay, so we have to fix that image link. Okay, so but here if you notice this part is of home page, right? That is the default page. It should not come in another page like whatever, like shop details, shop page, any page. It should remain inside only in default page, that is in home page. If you go, okay, we didn't given that the navigation link, so first add that navigation link for that, and then we're going to fix out that this part. Okay, in master page that navigation link is there. Here the home, default.axpx. The second one is shop, ASPX. Third one, shop detail, ASPX. Save it. Now run. Now this is a home page and this is a shop page, the shop details page. Okay, so now we want to fix this part, like it shouldn't come here in another page like shop page or shop detail page. It should be visible only in home page, as well as this navigation, this category navigation should open in home page. If we open the other pages, it should get collapsed. Okay, should get closed. So for that if you notice in code, let's open it in our Notepad++. If you notice here for the index in navbar, this part, the nav tag, and in shop page, the nav tag, can see here the second attribute, the second class that not attribute, the second class, that is the position absolute. Okay, and the first here in the index page we have the show. So only this is a difference, like I have find for this every page from the index page. In index page we have show, that means it will going to show that the navigation part, okay, the categories navigation part, and in every page it will going to hide, like a position absolute, it will going to like hide, it don't require that part, means it will be there but it will be hidden until unless we going to open it. Okay, it will going to collapse. Okay, so that means we want this part as dynamic. That means if we are only when we are in index page, at that time we want this class name should appear, so otherwise this class will be there. Okay, so let's do it. So how we will do that? Okay, so let's see here. Inside the form tag we are going to create, we are going to write the C# code. If you don't know how to write the C# code in design page of Webform, so let's see. Open angular bracket, person. So inside this we can write our C# code. I know this will be the new thing for you, the followers, the subscribers who have been following me till now. So I will be using many new concepts and things in this inside this project. So you're gonna definitely learn many new things by completing this project. Okay, so first of all, let's take here one variable called string, the name nav class, because we want to assign that navigation class. Okay, so that's why I am taking your nav class. You can use anything. So at starting it will be an empty. Then now I have to check like I have to assign the value here in this variable, the show or else position absolute. So based on that, like which page is open, based on that we're going to assign the value to this variable nav class. So for that we're going to check here if request dot url dot absolute uri dot toString, if it contains page default, then I want to set the value to the nav class is so. Or else I want to set the value as position absolute. So let's copy, save it. Now we have like we want so class should appear only it's in default, that is if it is in home page. In other pages we want this position absolute class. Okay, so we have like done the logic part here, but how we're going to use this variable inside this the nav here for this here. Instead of this, like how should like bind that the dynamic value, okay, that going to come from that variable. Okay, so how we're going to use that here? So for that, it's a simple, so we can just remove this, so, and here take angular bracket %, and we want to use that variable. Okay, so for that, take here is equal to space and then the variable name that we want to use, that is nav class. You can see we are able to access that variable that is of type string, right? Now it will going to have that value according to which page is open when it's running in browser. Okay, now if you want to see, let's save it and refresh the page in browser. Okay, still we are able to see this. Okay, this part is done. You can see here it's collapsed in shop page. If you go in home page, it gets open, and if you go to shop page, it gets closed automatically. In every page it will going to close, only at the in home page it will going to open. Okay, it will going to expand, but in other pages it will go to collapse. Now we want to remove this part from the rest of pages. It will only appear in home page, right? So we want to remove this, eliminate this banner image. Okay, so for that I have noticed here in every page, like in HTML, the same class, the same tag, that is in nav. You can see here we have here bottom 0, border bottom 0, and then ID. But in other pages, if you notice here, after here border bottom 0, we have here background right, background light class, and then we have some styling to it, which we don't have in the index page. In details page, if you see, there will be also same thing, nav. You can see here we have this light class and the style part. So that means we need to add this part. Let's copy, just end of this class, bootstrap class here, bg light, and then after this ID we want to paste this style. Copy and paste it here. Now save it and refresh the page. Okay, we are in shop page. Okay, let's go to the home page, shop page. Still we are not able to fix that. Okay, so like if you go in any page, it's going to close this, it's working, but for this part the banner image is not getting hidden, right? So for that we can use user control. In that, this part of design we can place inside that and inject that user control class in the design page file runtime, where we want to inject, or we want to use in any page. We want to use it fully in home page. Only in home page we're going to inject in browser at the runtime. Okay, so let's see how we can do. So let's close this. First of all, we need to create one master page. Sorry, not the master page. We need to create a page called user control. So right click on the user folder, click on add new item, search for your user control. You can see here Webforms user control. So it's a type of ASCX. You can see here extension is ASCX. So I want to keep the page name here as user user control, but actual page name I want to give here slider or banner. You can give slider user control. Okay, so let's create this page. Okay, now I want that code, that part of code that is coming from that master page, because in master page that code is there. Where it is here, footer part, carousel, this is that part. Yeah, this is that part. So if let's minimize this and cut this code and paste it inside this user control. Save. Now we have that code inside this user control, slider user control. Now I want to use that code only in default page. It should get open in default page. So for that, in default page, it should get open. Sorry, it should get open in master page itself in design, but it should only show when it is when we have open our default page. When the default page is open, at that time only we're going to show that user control design. Otherwise, we're not going to include in our master page. So for including dynamically based on which page is open in browser, we want to open and hide this code of user control from the master page. So let's save it and go to the code behind page of this master page. Just right click on it, go click on view code, or just press F7. Okay, so here I want to do that part. So let's copy this part that we have done here, this one, and paste it here. We don't want this part. So it will going to check if the page is open in browser which contains the default.ax page, which means that is a home page. If it is a home page, then I want to load the control that is the user control we want to load in browser, otherwise we won't load that control. Okay, so for that we have the control class. Let's give it here slider user control. Page.load control. It will going to load that control of type control in our page, and in load control method we need to pass the page name, that is slider user control. Paste it here, semicolon. So it will gonna load that. First of all, it will going to load that in control page. Now we want to inject this control in our page. So for that we want a panel control, so that we can load this control in the panel control at the runtime dynamically. So for that we should first take a panel control in the master page where we want to display that code or that block of code. So we have removed that part from here, I think, right? If you do Control Z, yeah, it's come at same place. So we don't want here. So let's do Control Y. Okay, so here itself we want to take that panel control, ASP colon panel, close that. Let's give ID here, let's give here panel, the short name for the panel, and we are using for slider user control UC user control. So this is the ID name I am going to use, and the main thing for any .NET control, that is runner server. So save it. Now we can use this panel control in our code behind page here. Dot controls dot add. In controls it will go to add that tab, it will go to add that code here. Okay, so first of all we have loaded the controls in control. That means now we have the control of type this slider user, that is the user control type of this name we have inside our control class. Now we want to load that or add that control in our browser by using the panel control. So in panel control we have the option for the controls to add. Okay, so we have added the controls in our panel field of panel control. Okay, so let's save it. Now let's run and see in browser. So again we are in master page, select any different page. Okay, now let's run and see. Now it's got. If you go to the home page, you can see it's now opening, and if you go to the shop page or another page, it's not able. We are not able to see. It's visible. It's hidden. Okay, it's not hidden. It's not loaded that part in browser. Okay, if in home it gets loaded. So let's see in inspect mode that code where we have. Okay, so you can see here this we have this panel control right here, this name panel slider user control. Inside that this part, that's this navigation, this slider part, banner image part is now loaded in in home page. If we go to the shop page, if you can see here, this div tag is empty. That means that control is not loaded at all. That means that control is not loaded at browser in any page until unless it's a home, it's a default page, then it will go to load that. If you go to the default page, the home page, you can see here in that the control gets loaded. Okay, I hope you understand. So now this functionality is working here, and let's add for the contact shopping cart, checkout. Okay, let's see, we have all that page and all. So this is the code that we have, that is local, the template code. We have the shop details page in shopping cart. Okay, we have the cart as well, then checkout page. Okay, we have the checkout page as well. Contact page, I don't think so we have login or register page, we don't have. Okay, so that means we have 3 more pages to integrate for this template. So let's create one by one. First the shopping contact, then we're going to create the checkout at the cart page. For contact page we have the contact.html, and for shopping cart we have cart.html, and for checkout we have checkout. Okay, so close over this project. Now let's create page for contact in user folder, web form with master page, contact, let's add page for cart, web form with master page. Now let's add page for checkout, web form with master page. Okay, so let's add the code first in contact page. Contact, open in Notepad++. So we have to copy this page header and this contact code, copied, and paste it in contact page. Save it. Then let's open the card page. Copy from here till the card, copy in card page. Let's paste it. Now let's open the checkout page. Copy, open checkout page, paste it here, save it. Now we want to include this menu name in our master page. Like we have the home, shop details, card. Okay, so in shop, okay, this is a bottom one. We want to add it top in the navigation part, top nav bar. Here, shop details we have. Then for the pages, cart, shopping cart. Save it. And for contact as well, now it's done. Let's run and see. Okay, we have run the master page. That's why okay, so in page shopping cart we have, then checkout is done, contact also is done. Okay, so only two pages left, like this one, login and register. So we'll make a separate video for that. At that time we're going to create that both pages. For now let's add this image part like that, which is missing here. Okay, in every pages, like shop and shop details, and then shopping cart also images is there, I think. And then in checkout also. Okay, let's see where it is there. We're going to add that image path. We're going to fix that image issues. Okay, so first copy that path, copy, and open our shop page. Here, paste, paste it, paste, paste, save it. Now go to the shop page. You can see all the images came. Okay, let's see in shop details page. We have here in shop detail as well. Save it. Let's go to the shop details page. Now you can see the images were loaded. Okay, so now let's say in cart page. We have your image. Save it. Refresh. Okay, so we have all the images here. Now in checkout page, in checkout page I don't think so we have any image used there. Okay, it's not there. So the user template integration is done. Now we'll move to admin template integrations. So first of all, let's stop this and close this one. Now extract this zip file. Okay, so this template has lots of files. So first of all, let's add over the folders part in our folder, that is admin template. In admin template, paste it. It's done. Now inside the admin folder, let's create a master page, Webform master page. Let's give it admin, and one page that we're going to use for like home page in admin, that is the dashboard page. So let's create one page with the name as dashboard, Webform with master page. Let's give it as dashboard. Now I need to select the master page of the admin. Okay, now it's done. So let's run and say this page in browser, this dashboard. So right now it's empty. In master page and in child page let's say can see this is coming from the master page and this is coming from the child one. Okay, the first one is coming from the master and the second one is coming from the child page. So now we want to add the admin template integrate in our this admin master page. So for that, first close this all pages. Now let's open the index page. It's here. Add it with Notepad++. Now let's copy this head part inside this head part. We have already title tag, so let's remove this. Now if we open this page in browser, so we want this sidebar navigation in the top bar and footer. We don't want the footer, so we're going to remove it later if we integrate in it. Okay, but we want this only sidebar and the top bar. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so that means we have all the code inside this div block itself. Like in a user template we have separate section for each, but here in this div is the parent div and in that we have the separate sections. This is a sidebar and this is for header. And then breadcrumb. Inside this breadcrumb we have here the main, here this part. From here section it will go to start our child pages. Okay, so okay, let's add it first of all. First of all, let's add this part, the jQuery part. Copy, add it after the form tag and just before the body tag. Paste it and then let's copy all the code till this end wrapper. Copy and paste it inside this form tag. Save it. As I said, I don't want the footer tag, so let's comment it. Okay, so I want here. Okay, first of all let's save and view in browser how it will looks. Refresh. Okay, that template folder, like the template files where we have placed that folder name, we have to add in where we have linked that files, those files. Okay, so let's start with the header part. Here, // admin template /. So let's copy it and paste it here, save as well as here. Now let's add the bottom as well. Paste, 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 save it. Now refresh it in browser. Now it's working and the image part is left. Okay, we'll do it in a bit. First of all, this part should come in our dashboard page, not in master page. So let's first of all let's create a new page. I will have required for the contact page, so let's add a contact page. So let's add it first. Add web form with master page, contact, admin. Okay, so now let's run and see. You can see in contact page also it's coming the same thing. It should get empty here, right? So we need to fix that. So let's do it. In admin master, let's close the rest page of the users. Okay, so you want to place this code we have to place that code here inside this container fluid. So let's cut this part from this div which is inside this page wrapper. Okay, so let's cut this whole part and place it in dashboard. Paste it here, save it. Now we want that this part, this content placeholder, remove this div and place that content placeholder here, save it. Okay, now just refresh your page in browser. Now you can see in contact page it's empty, we have breadcrumb. And if we go to the dashboard page, okay, let's link the page to the dashboard here to this, and we can go from here as well, dashboard. In dashboard we have that part, but in contact we don't have. Okay, let's add here the dashboard, and then here we'll add it for contact. So in sidebar here, we have dashboard. Dashboard.xps. Then second one here for the ticket list, like we're going to have here contact for now. contact ASP, save it, refresh it. Okay, now you can see here it's highlighted because the page name gets matched to it. Okay, and if we go to the contact here, now it's highlighted here. This is a contact page and this is the dashboard page. Okay, but the same thing, this navigation selected, it's not working in the user template, so we need to fix that in later videos, or we can do it today itself. Okay, so okay, this image part is left, so add that first. So it should be in this header part here. Save. Okay, let's refresh this now. Can see here the images now coming, and here for the user that part is not coming. Let's I think it will be here. Save. Now refresh. Okay, now it's done. We don't want this section in between, so then let's remove it. This is a search part that we don't want. Okay, let's start from the top. From here we have the notification, this part. We don't want these notifications, so let's remove that first, this notification part. Save it, refresh. You can see notification has been gone. Now let's remove this as well. As well as this. Okay, let's remove it. Save. Now you can see it's gone. Now this search bar is left. Okay, if we remove this part, then it will going to come this section at the left side. Refresh. You can see here we don't want that, so we want that part, this UL tag, we want this. Now refresh. Okay. So let's remove that search bar. Okay, from here let's remove. Save. Search bar is now removed. So here we don't want all these like options for this. We want only my profile and logout. We don't want rest of the things. So for that, here we have my profile. We don't want this balance, inbox, account setting. Remove this here, this part. Save it and refresh. Can see here we have now my profile, logout. We don't want this view profile as well because we have my profile here. So let's remove this part. After logout, remove this divider part. Divider here, can see here the line in between, so we don't want line after this logout. That line and this view profile button we don't want. Let's remove that divider and the div tag. Save it and refresh, and see here now it's gone. Okay, so now we don't want this as well here in the breadcrumb, so let's remove that. And I think that breadcrumb is coming from the dashboard page. I think it's coming in master page itself here. After this, the sidebar will have the breadcrumb. Here, expand this in page wrapper, we have breadcrumb. So this left side part we have this good morning JSON, and this in this section we have that this one drop down. So we don't want that. Let's remove this div, save and refresh. Now it's gone. Good. So we have done that. So now let's move back to the user template, user module, where we want to implement this active menu part. The menu gets selected when we open that page. We can go from directly from here, that is our code present of the user, that is in user folder, and the page name, the first is default, came to the user module. Okay, so here if you notice right now I am in home page, that is default, and the home is selected. If I go to the shop, you can see still the home page is selected, not the shop page. Okay, so we have to fix that. Let's see, in admin module it's working, no issue we found, but in the for the user module we have to fix it manually. Okay, it's working in the template, but no, it's not working in in our code, in our project. It's working for here, can see it's getting selected. So for this, we have to fix, let's open our Visual Studio and go to, let's close this and open our user master. Okay, so we have to write here the script tag for that. Let's add it just before that, or you can add there as well, no issue. Script tag, so we need to add here jQuery code here. So for using the jQuery, we have to use the $. We need to create a function here, anonymous function. Opening and closing of the functions. Let's add the semicolon at the end of the function. Let's add here one variable, the name URL, which will have the URL of the current open page in browser. window.location.href. It will get the URL of the page which is open in browser. Okay, and then let's add a comment here for you. This will get the full URL at the address bar. Now after that, if you go in browser, which is like our project, and just right click on it and click on inspect. If you notice here, the div bar, the navigation bar, we have the home for the first anchor link, the second anchor link is shop, then the shop details. That means every menu or anchor we have in a tag, that is in anchor tag, right? So in anchor tag we can see the first one, the class it have nav items, nav link, active. It's active, that's why it's like getting selected here. The color gets changed for the active one, and rest of this is not active. So we want this active class should get changed dynamically when the page gets like open differently in browser. The address bar, if it gets changed, based on that, active class should get added to that particular anchor tag. Okay, so for that we need to here add some logic here. So first of all, we need to give here one class for that. Means we need to give the name through which we can access that all the anchor tags. Like in this we have all the anchor tags, right? And anchor tags, right? So we need to access all the anchor tags. So for that we need to add some class over here, or class or ID we have to give here. Okay, actually we don't want to add, we have already here navbar collapse, so we're going to use that. Okay, so we're going to use that navbar collapse. In that we're going to get the anchor tag. So let's copy this navbar collapse. You can see in our code also we have here not here, here you can see here this one. So in this we have all that, right? Menus, default, shop. So in this div, like we have the ID, so we're going to use this ID name for accessing this anchor tags here. So for that let's add a comment here, so you will remember what it does. Passes on every anchor tag to this, to do this stuff. So let's add a dollar for jQuery. In that we want to fetch the ID of that. So with that with the name we can fetch that, is paste, and its ID. So we need to give here hash. Okay, it's in CSS, like we call the selector here. If it's ID we have to give hash, if it is a class we have to give a dot. Okay, so in that ID we need to fetch the anchor tag. Okay, so it have multiple anchor tags, so we need to find each and every. So for that we have here each function in jQuery, so we'll use that function. Now here let's add a comment here. Here it will check if it has the same address bar in the URL or not. Checks if it's the same on the browse address bar, then so we have to do logic for that. The URL that we are getting from this above variable URL, if it is equal to the URL that we are getting in this div, this dot href, here it will going to find the anchor tag. In that anchor tag, like it will going to in loop, for each loop. Okay, and suppose the first anchor tag, this dot href, it have the link which is equal to the link that we are getting from this URL, that is the address bar. In the address bar which page is open, that URL we are getting here inside this, and the same that we have in our anchor tag as well, right? So in anchor tag, if you see here, we have given that part href. In anchor tag we have given the href, the page name. Okay, so it will check here, the href of anchor tag. If it's same to the URL, that window which is open in browser, if it is same, we want to add that part, right? That part for making it active, that class, active class we have to add. So for that here dollar, so for which we want to make that, so that is inside this that anchor tag which currently in loop. So for that we need to access, so that's why we need to use this keyword here, like we have did here. So for particular anchor which is currently in loop, that this dot href will going to get their href attribute value. So the same we are using here this for adding the class. Add class, here function is there, so we'll we can add here class to it, active. Save it. Okay, so now it will going to add that active class in every page, in every anchor where when it is open in browser. So let's save it and refresh in browser. Okay, let's refresh it. Now you can see we are right now in default page, in shop details page, but still it's not get selected here. Okay, in shop details is not added that active here. First of all, let's remove this active part from this menu. Remove this active class from the home menu, save it and refresh it. Now let's go to the home page. Okay, still it's not work. Okay, let's see it's why it's not. We have error what? No, this image is not found. Payment PNG, where it is? I think at the bottom we have that. Okay, here we have one image that we need to give in master page at the end in footer part. We have that here. Save it, refresh, and see here now we get that image. Press F12, we will get that open the inspect. The developer tool will going to open in browser by pressing F12. Dollar is not defined. Okay, so we are not able to execute that jQuery because dollar is not getting defined. So we need to add the jQuery library for using the jQuery. So for that, actually we have the jQuery here at the bottom. You can see jQuery is there. So let's copy from here and add it in top. In top here, after this style sheet, we have to add this jQuery. Save it and now go to the browser and refresh it. I think it should work here. Yeah, it should work. It's worked. Home is selected. We are in the default page. Home is selected. If we go to shop is selected. Shop details selected. Contact selected. If you see here, this now selected. If you go to checkout is selected. You can see. So based on that, the active page which is open in this window, it will going to fetch that and going to check in this div which anchor tag having the same name. So it will going to set that as active class. Okay, let's add see here in browser in developer mode. If you go to the source, okay, now from here let's click on inspect. Now you can see here the active class is added in shop details because shop details page is open. Now we open home page. You can see here the home page have this active class, that shop detail active class is removed. The same, we go to the shop page have that active class, not the home page. Okay, so I think now everything is now done. The rest of things like if we needed, we're going to change. Definitely we need to change many things in upcoming videos in design as well as, and we need to implement the functionality as well. So we're going to change it according in that particular video part. Okay, so for so that's it for today's. I hope you guys like these videos, and if you enjoyed and learn new things, please do subscribe to our channels and like our videos, and do share to the needful person who needs it. Hello guys, welcome back to our channel. It's me Anil. We are back in the series of online e-commerce website using ASP.NET. In previous video, that is part number 2, we have seen how to integrate templates in our project like we did for admin and user module. So in today's video, that is part number 3, we're going to create a page for category in admin module. So guys, let's get started. Close this project. In admin folder, let's create a page for category. Webform with master page, category, select a template of the admin, that means like that master page. Okay, now let's take here div tag, give the bootstrap class row, take here class as call small, column small, 12 size when it is in small size, small screen, and when it is in medium screen at that time should be 4. So in this div we'll take class for card, so bootstrap class card. Then in this we're going to take card body, h4 tag, header tag. Here we'll take category. Let's give some bootstrap class to it. Card title. Let's give here horizontal row. Let's copy this div and paste it here. let's make this as 8. When it is in small screen size, it will be take full columns like 12. If you don't know, in Bootstrap we have 12 columns for a single row. Okay, so when it is in small size, screen in small size, this part will be in 12 columns, and if it is in medium size, then it will consider as 8 columns. Same goes to this. When it is in small, it is in 12 columns. So when it is in medium, it will be a 4 columns. Okay, so this page will going to divide into 2 sections. The first section here like this one, and the second section this one. The first section will going to create a small form type design, like which will able to add and edit the categories data. Okay, and the second section that will going to display the list of categories. Okay, so let's focus on the first section. After this HR row, let's take form body for the form design. Div class form body. Now here let's take label control, category name, then take a div which has class of row, call md12, form group, Now inside this form group, we are going to take a spiritual control. The first one, we are going to take a text box for category name. Let's give the ID to this control, txt category name, and the important attribute here is run as server. Now let's give some bootstrap class to it. CSS class equals to form control, placeholder, enter, category name. After text box, let's okay, we need validation as well for this control. So we're going to take here regular expression that is required field validator. Let's give ID to it, required field validator, category name, then run it server. Let's give for color as red, font size small, then the display should be dynamic, set focus on error equal to true, and the main thing on which control we need to display this validation, we need to validate that control. So for that we need to provide here the ID of that control. Attribute name is control to validate, and it requires the ID for which control is going to validate. Then the error message, category name is required, save it. Okay, so like if we run this page in browser, let's see. So this page has been divided in two sections. The first part that is for adding or editing the categories, and second one where we're going to display the list of categories. Okay, so the first section we have taken the control for the text box for category name. Okay, let's take another control for here. Let's give a space here and copy this div with label and paste it here. Then category image, so here like we have, instead of ASP.NET text box we have here ASP.NET file upload, ASP file upload control. Let's take ID fu category fu, that is file upload category image. Run it server. CSS class form control, and we don't want here the required field validator because adding an image will be an optional, so we don't want that here. Save it and refresh here in browser. Okay, so it says we want showing this error, so we need to add some code, script code in the web.config file. We have taken here required field validator, right? So due to that it's giving this error. So for this validation like which we are going to use the jQuery part here, so for that we need to add code So for that, let's add the code in webconfig file. In configuration, let's check here app settings. In app settings, let's take add key validation, or if you want you can Google this error. You will get that solution. You just need to directly copy and paste. You can see here this part, just copy and paste here. That's it. Close this. If we refresh this, it will get taken that changes, so that error has been gone. Okay, so your name, category name, and here image can be selected here. Okay, now let's move forward. After this, let's take another div. Now let's take here the checkbox control, ASP checkbox, ID, CB checkbox is active. Run it server. Now let's take here the text which it will going to display, that is active. Save it, refresh. Okay, we want space between this checkbox and the text. Okay, so for that here I can take the HTML space, that is %NBSP semicolon, save it, NBSP not A, remove that A, save it and refresh. You can see here there is a space in between checkbox and the text. Okay, now we want to take a button through which we can add or update this categories data. Okay, so after this div, the form body div, let's take here another div with the class form action, padding bottom 5. It will take this padding at the from the bottom 5. Text left, let's take here ASP.NET button control, ID, btn, add or update. This button will going to perform two operations like adding or updating the category data. So that's why we have taken here the ID as btn, that is button add or update. Okay, run it server. CSS class, that is btn info, text add. For now, like starting, we are giving the text as add, but later when we are about to edit the category, then this text will going to change to update. Okay. Okay, so we need, when we want to click, when we click on this button, it should perform adding and updating operation, right? So for that we need to create an on click event for this. The first one, enter. So it will going to create an event with the ID name here. It will be the same with the ID name and the event name, that is click underscore click. So if you go to the code behind page of this category, you will able to see this event is already created there. Just right click and click on view code. You will able to see here that event is created here. Save it. Okay, that is for adding or updating. Now let's add another button for clear or reset, you can say. ASP button ID btn clear or reset, whatever like you can give here. Then run it server. CSS class btn dark text reset. Let's create the on click event for this. Create new event, enter. You can see here event has been created. Save it. Okay, now after this div tag, let's take another div here for displaying the image at the bottom of the button. Okay, so let's take here ASP image ID image preview. Run it server. CSS class img thumbnail. Alternate text. Let's keep it empty. Now refresh it in browser. Can see we are getting an error on button click. Okay, it's saying that we don't have this button click event. Let's close this. Actually we have here. Let's run it again. Now it's running. That the issue was like we have done the changes in the code behind page. Okay, that is axps.cs page, so it should get rerun again. That's why like when we run again, now it's not having any issue or error. Okay, so now what I want, like when I click on this add, it should add the records, okay, in database. So for adding that record for category. So we're going to create a store procedure for particular category which will going to perform the operations like add, update, delete, view. Okay, so we're going to create one new store procedure. For that, open your SQL Server Management Studio. So if you see the design of the category table, it has 5 columns. Okay, so using this columns of category table, we're going to create a store procedure. Here in programmability, we are able to create the store procedure. Right now we don't have any store procedure, so just right click on store procedure. Here we're going to get some speed of writing the store procedure. Let's remove this comment part as well as this one, as well as this one. So here we're going to take some parameters. First of all, let's give the store procedure name. Let's take it category CRUD. Now let's take parameters. That is, the first one is action of type workshop. Category ID of type integer. Let's give null default value. Category name of type varchar 100. Null. Category image URL of type varchar max. Let's take it the default value as null. Is active of type bit. Let's give the default value as false. So the parameters has been completed. Now let's start with the query part. So here first one, let's take here the if condition, because we are using here the action parameters which define which action like it should perform or execute a particular query for which action. So for that we are taking here the if condition. If action is equals to get all begin and end. So here let's write the select query, select extract from category. So here let's give the comment for which action is performing what, get all category. Let's copy this, paste it, insert category, insert into category the column names, category name, category image URL is active, created date. Now let's give values to it, which will going to come from the parameters that we have taken. So first one is category name, the second one is category image, the third one is active, the last one is created date. That means we are going to use here the current date for adding. So in SQL we have the function get date. Okay, now let's copy this, update category, update category, set category name, category name, is active, where category ID is equals to category ID. So here we're going to take the update. Now as I said in like category, while adding category the image part is an optional. So here if we are able to get the image value, image URL, so it will gonna add that, otherwise it will gonna add the null value. You can see here the default value for that I have already given as null. So while updating the value, suppose we did added the image the first time while adding it. Suppose in next time when we are updating the category, now I want to update that category with the image. So for that here we'll take here two category, two part, like for while updating. The first one which will going to check if it is have any image or not. Okay, so for that we're going to take here first of all one variable, going to declare one variable, declare update underscore image varchar 20 select case when category image URL is null, then no, else yes, and if update image is equals to no, then begin and in that we're going to add this part of code, cut, paste. Let's align it. Now if it is here image update image has no value, then if not, then else copy this part, paste it here. So in category we're going to update the category name, the category image URL, is active. Okay, now it's done. So what we have done here for the update, we have first of all declared one variable which is going to have the value here based on what value we have in image URL. If in image URL, suppose if it is null, don't have any value, then at that time we are considering here the no, which we're going to save in this variable no as no data. Okay, so if we have any image variable data inside this image URL, so then it will going to consider as yes and save yes value inside this variable. Okay, so after storing the value inside this variable, we're going to check if it is no. If there is no image present, at that time we're going to update the category data without the image. Okay, and suppose if we get the yes, then it will going to come in the else part where it will going to update the category with image as well. Okay, so we have done the select, add, update. Yeah, now we're going to do delete and then get by ID. Let's copy this, paste. Delete, delete from category, where category ID is equals to category ID. Now here we want to fetch the category base which is active. Okay, so in SQL the command is this one, to hyphen get active category by category ID. Active category select asterisk from category let's give the table name as table ls as C, that is category. C dot is active is equals to 1, or can take true. Order by category name. We're going to modify this this particular query inside this store procedure later on, later when we want to use this. Okay, so for now we're going to have like this. So let's create the store procedure. Click on execute or click F5 to execute this query, the store procedure query. So it gets now created. If you refresh this store procedure, we are able to see here the store procedure has been created. Click on modify, you can modify the store procedure from here. Okay, so let's close it. Now we want to use this store procedure in our page, category CRUD page. So let's take here some SQL class like SQL connection. So the namespace has been added here. You can see here the system.data.sql client. Con, that is the object name, then SQL command, cmd, then SQL data raptor, SGA, and then data table. DT. Okay, so let's add here code for adding or updating the store procedure, or adding or updating the categories. Okay, so let's take here some variables like action name, which action we're going to perform. That name, let's take here string.empty, then image path as empty, then file extension, string.empty, boolean is valid to execute, let's take here integer variable which will have category ID, convert dot to int 32, we have to take one hidden field control in the design page just below this image control, file upload control, not the image control. We have to take here one hidden field, ASP hidden field ID equals to hidden field that will going to have category ID. So let's give ID here, category ID times server, and it should have the value parameter let's give as 0 by default. Now you can use this inside this to convert out to int 32 semicolon, let's initialize the connection string, okay. Now we want to create one new class inside this project. Okay, we are running right now, so let's stop, create a new page, class, I'm taking here the class name as utils or utility you can say. So let's copy this part and paste it here. Okay, not there. We need to add inside the class here. Here let's take another SQL data reader. Let's create a function, public static string get connection, return configuration manager dot connection string With their name, we're going to fetch connection string. Let's add the connection string over to our project in web.config file. Let's add here connection string. Add name as CS connection string. The connection string will have the actual connection string value, that is data source. Let's copy the server name, SQL server name, and click here. We are able to see the server name. So let's copy this, cancel, and paste it here. Okay, semicolon, then initial catalog is equals to here. The actual database name will going to come, that is e-commerce YT. Integrate security is equals to true. Save it, and then the provider name. Okay, so we need to close the opening of this double quotes, and then provider name is equals to system dot data dot SQL client. Save it. Now we are able to fetch this connection string, and it will gonna return this function, the connection string. We need to call this function over here, utils dot get connection string. Let's copy the store procedure name. cmd dot parameters dot add with value. So here we're going to give the action name. So here the action name can be here we are going to add or update, right? So action name can be either this add or update. Okay, at a time. It will wanna have one name, right? So for that here I've already taken here variable, like it's have the value. Okay, so based on that we'll able to get what action name should come here. Like in category ID we have the ID of the category in the head, which is coming from the hidden control. Okay, hidden field control. So suppose if category ID is 0, because we have by default its value 0. If the value gets changed, that means it's not a 0 number. If it didn't change, it will remain the 0, right? So we need to check if it is 0. At that time we want to pass as insert, because while inserting the primary key ID here, from here from the code it will be a 0. So that is why when it is 0 it is insert, or else like it is update in else part. Save it. cmd.parameters, add with value, category ID, category ID. Let's duplicate this line one more time in category name, and here the parameter value is txt category name dot text dot grid. The last one is active. It will going to come from the checkbox is active dot check. If it is checked, it will gonna pass true, or else it will gonna pass the false value. Now for image, we need to keep the image upload as an optional part. So for that we're going to check here if the control file upload category image dot has file or not. For single file it will going to check has file. For multiple files you can have has files. Okay, now we need to create one function in util class. So let's create here public static. Let's change the function name. Is valid extension. Here we need to pass the file name of type string. Bool is valid. So to false. String of array. File extension. first one jpg, comma dot png, comma dot jpeg. We're going to accept these three image for uploading. So here we'll going to take for each loop. If file name dot contains file is value is equal to true, and it will gonna break that loop and come out of the loop. Okay, now it will return the value is valid. Okay, so here instead of string we need to take here boot. That's it. So now our function has been ready here. Now here we can use that function. If utils dot is valid extension, we need to pass the image name, that is fu category dot file name. Now let's create another function here for generating unique ID. Public static string get unique ID. We're going to use here grid class for generating the ID. Okay, now we're going to use this class. Let's take here the string variable, new image name, utils dot get unique ID, file extension is equals to path, we need to add the namespace for this first path, that is system.io. Enter the namespace dot generate extension from the file name, then in image path images slash category slash new image name dot to string okay, not the too lower, to string, then the extension part file extension. a few category image dot posted file dot save as server.map path tilde. Okay, we need to take in double quotes tilde symbol slash images category plus new image name dot toString file extension cmd dot parameters dot add with value category image URL. The name should be same as the parameter taken in store procedure. Okay. So how it will gonna work? First of all, it will check the image control has any file or not. If it has any file selected, then we're gonna check whether this based on that this function will go call and return the value. Okay, so now we are having the variable type string. So this variable will have the unique ID, which is the GUID. Okay, so after this here this function, which is of this one path class, have the get extension function, which will have the name of the file that we passed to it as a parameter. After that, in image path we have here align the category part, like where it will gonna save that in images category and then the category name and then file extension. So we don't have any images folder right now. Let's copy it. Let's add folder, paste as images. Add another folder, category, save. So it will gonna give the image path by having this the folder name where it will going to save and what the actual name of the file, and in here we're going to so like if it is save or not, like this one with the help of this posted file method, which will have save as or not. Okay, so based on that, the server.map path which will have the images folder in category so for executing the store procedure, like this one, the image URL also we required, so we have taken the image URL as well as in else part dot visible. Okay, just after this we're going to take one div tag. In this div, let's take the class MB margin bottom 4. Let's take here the control as label control. ID is equals to LBL message, that is label message. Run server. LBL message dot visible is equals to true. LBL message dot text LBL dot class alert danger. Here also we miss the closing bracket. That's fine. Here in else part is validated to execute is equals to true, semicolon. Now we need to check if this variable is validated to execute is true or not. If it is true, then it will gonna come inside this if condition. So first of all, let's take here the command dot command type. Command type dot store procedure, semicolon. Let's check here the try catch block. Con dot open means it will gonna open the connection string, then it will gonna execute that store procedure, and here action name is equals to category ID is equals to 0. Inserted visible is equal to true. category, then the action name, successful, lbl message.css class. Let's copy this. Success. So try will have the catch block. So in exception, and finite block. So here we'll have the connection string close. Clear. Void clear. txt category name dot text string dot empty is active. Checkbox is active dot checked. Let's give it false. Hidden field dot category id dot value. Hidden field is equals to 0. So it's a string which takes 0. Let's remove this. After hidden field, btn add update dot text, add image preview dot visible dot image URL, image URL is equals to string dot empty. So in page load event lbl message dot visible is equals to false. I did few mistakes, so let's correct it. Like here I want to add is validated to execute is equals to true. Just copy it and paste it here, set it false. So here instead of successful it's updated. Here it should be alert L. I think rest of is correct. Save it. Okay, let's run and see. Let's make an entry here. Okay, we got the error, keyword not supported, integrated security. Okay, in connection string it's a issue, so let's see. Open your web config file. So I did mistake in security spelling. Save it, run again. Okay, we have got this error. Category is not a parameter for stored procedure CRUD. Okay, so we need to check our stored procedure whether we have this parameter or not. As you can see, we have this parameter here, category image URL. Still we are getting that issue. Okay, so I did the spelling mistake, like it's correct in the stored procedure, but while calling from here I did mistake. This one spelling mistake. Let's paste the parameter name from the stored procedure and rerun again. Okay, now it says category is inserted successfully. Okay, so let's check in our database. Okay, it says it's added here. And like in URL you can see inside the images folder, in insert folder category, and that we have that image. Okay, you can see here the name gets changed. Okay, what the actual name when we used to upload, going to update the name later while uploading it. Okay, so it will going to you are going to use the grid function for considering the this name, unique name. So with the help of that, it will going to rename the file and upload it. Okay, and we can check like whether this image is present inside the images category folder or not in your project. So let's check. Now you can see here. Okay, just refresh the category folder, click on this show all files. Now you can see there is two images. Actually last time the first image was uploaded, but the connection issue was there, so that's why we got the error. So this was the image last time we uploaded, right? But this time like the first one image we had uploaded. So let's remove this one. Okay, a project is running right now, so let's stop it. Now delete it. Yeah, fine. So our adding categories part is done. Now we're going to display that category, and we're going to do the update part as well. Okay, so first in design we're going to add the design part for the category list. Okay, first of all let's change this the title category list. After this let's check a new div tag. In this let's take class table responsive. Now inside this we have to take one repeater control. ID repeater, that is R category run server. Now in repeater control we need to take template. The first one is header template, close it. Then item template, the last one is footer template. So in header template we'll take table tag, t-head, then t-body. That is table body and table head. So in table head let's take a table row. In table row, table header. The first table header is name. Let's copy, paste. Second one is image. Third one is active. created date, action. Here we need to add class, table plus, and here we have to take class data table. It should be in small data table, no sort. Right now this class is not able to see because we don't have data table files. It is a like kind of a plugin or library, you can say, which is made from jQuery. Okay, so it will be helpful for displaying the list of records in a tabular format with multiple features like exporting the data in PDF, Excel, and even take printout with the help of this data table plugin. Okay, so we'll first write the code and then we'll going to add that plugin in our project. Okay, so the header part is been done, but the body part we need to cut the closing tag and paste inside this footer template. We have opened the table tag and the closing is here. Cut this as well and paste it after this body tag. Save it. Let's remove the spaces from here. Now we need to work on item template, where it will going to display the list of items record. So for displaying that in a row, table row, so we need to take tr table row, so the first one, table data, we need to take td. Let's add first class in it, table plus. Now in that the first column data like we need to display, that is the name, so it will gonna bind from repeater control, which we're going to do it in a moment. Okay, so for that, like how to bind the data from that, so let's take here like angular bracket, open angular bracket, then %. So after that, hash eval. Inside this we need to mention the parameter name, like the column name, which we are going to get it from our store procedure. Okay, so for fetching the list of category, we're going to call this action get all. So it will gonna consider all the columns from the tables. You can see here category name is the category image URL is active and created date. So let's add the first one, category, category name, let's duplicate this line, Control D. We don't want this class. Here let's take img control, image control, width of image 40, source of image right now we don't have one function, so we need to create that in our util class. Just after it, public static string get image URL. Let's take starting letter small, and consider here parameter as an object, which will be our URL. Let's take a variable here, string URL. Okay, we have already here URL. Let's make it URL1. It will be a starting string empty. Now here first we need to check the parameter value that we going to get, whether it's have any value or not. So string dot is null or empty, URL dot toString or URL is equals to db null dot value. URL1, okay, URL1 equals to within double quotes dot / images, that is our folder, no image, .png. So I have this image, this name no image, the extension png. I'm going to add like this image will be going to use for like when the admin didn't upload any image for category or any items, suppose. So while displaying it for that record for the admin, it should have some images, right? Even he didn't add any image for that particular data. So so instead of displaying nothing, we are going to display image with the text written in it, no image or no preview, no image available, like something. So that image like I am adding here when it is we don't have any URL in table column, like when there is no image stored in our table. So that at that time we're going to consider this image as a default image for that particular data. Okay, else whatever URL we're going to get, we're going to return that. Okay, URL1 is equals to string dot format dot slash, let's take placeholder 0. In that we're going to pass the value URL. Now let's return that URL. Save it. Let's go back to our page. Open Angular bracket, person, hash eval. Before eval, we're going to call that class utils dot get image URL function name. In that we're going to pass that value that we're going to fetch from the table category. Okay, so inside this we're going to take that eval, in which we have to pass that the table column name. Category image URL. And the last parameter for this attribute, the last attribute for this image control, that is held. And here we're going to take any text when there is no image available at that time, like this text will going to display. Even the default image that we just added, that even if it didn't find that path, it will going to display the text instead of image. Okay, so like this, this one is for displaying that image. We don't need this, just remove this part, save it. Now next, table data. So here first of all we need to take the third one, that is here is active. So for is active, like we need to display that message, like in table, right, we have the data like true or false, or you can say 0 or 1. Okay, in table column, like it is a bit type, so it will gonna give result as true or false, but we don't want to display the value as true or false. Instead of that, we're going to display active, inactive. Okay, so for that, for displaying, we need to take here the label control, ASP label, close it. ID LBL is active, run at server. Text instead of double quotes, we need to take single quote. Open angular bracket, % hash eval, the column name, that is active, okay. So first of all, we need to convert this value into boolean. So for that, here we need to take bool. Now converted into boolean. Now we need to check whether if this value has true value, then we need to display the text as active, or else we want to display inactive. Now the next attribute is class, CSS class. Again we need to take here single quote, % hash eval double quotes is active. Need to convert it in boolean. Now need to check if it has true value, then the classes that it will going to consider, that is batch hyphen success if it is true, okay, and if it is not, then batch danger. Save it. The next one, table data, created date, and the last one, that is action, that in that we're going to take the edit and delete icon or button, you can say, for performing the actions. So for first one, we're going to take here link button, ID LB, that is a link button and it is for edit, text edit, run at server, CSS class, badge, badge primary, after this we need to take I tag, let's take class for that, fast, that is font or some, EFA edit, save it. Now let's copy it and paste it just after that. Give the ID LB delete, text as delete, and the class here from primary to danger. And here instead of here edit, let's take trace held, save it. Okay, so the design part is completed. Now let's go to the code behind page of it, F7, or just right click on page and view code. So first of all, we need to create a function here for getting the list of categories. Void get categories. Let's copy this. Even this one, paste it here. Instead of this, let's change it, get all. And let's copy this one. After that, SGA data table, sga.fill.dt, our category dot data source is equal to dt, our category dot data bind. Don't worry, we're going to explain all the code again, which I did for this, which I did earlier also. Like I will explain that part as well as the code that I have added right now. Okay, so let's now call this function when the page gets loaded. So when we load, the page gets loaded in the browser, at that time we want to see the list of categories, right? So at that time, that means when the page gets loaded, so in that event we're going to call this function so that it will gonna fetch that records and display it. Now let's run and see. You can see here now the record has been displayed here, but the styling part is not good. Actually, we were going to add data table plugin, so let's add it and then we're going to see how it looks. Okay, let's stop it. So inside the admin template, I'm pasting here one zip file. Okay, just go to the file explorer, extract this zip file. Okay, now you can see here this folder data tables. Now go to project, just refresh this folder. You can see data table folder is there, and just right click on this folder, including project. Okay, so now all the files of data tables is like present in this folder data tables. Now we need to link this the required files for the data tables to be applied in our project. So we need to link these files in master page of admin. Just open the admin master page Okay, so after this link, the custom CSS, we're going to add our data table links. So let's open our solution explorer in data tables inside the CSS folder. Okay, so we need to first just select and drag this file over here. It will add the link of it. Then second file, we want this one. Then the third one, this. Just save it. Now let's go at the end of this template code, the footer section, after footer section, yeah, after the end of form tag, here we need to add the jQuery file or JavaScript file for data tables. In the above, in head section, we have added the CSS files. Okay, so after this, we're going to add our data table files here. Close this CSS. Now open our JavaScript folder. jQuery.datatable min.js. So let's drag this first. Then this first one, then this one, tables.responsive.min.js, then second last one. Then we need to add here some, just add a comment here, that is button, data table buttons for export. Data tables dot button something is there, yeah, this one, data tables dot button dot min, just add it. Then buttons dot bootstrap for min, this one. Buttons dot print, this one. Then buttons.html5, this one. Then button.flash.min.js, this one. Then pdf make.min.js, this one. Then this last one, VFS font. And now let's add here one more comment, data table setting JS. This one is done. Just save it and now run it again and see in browser. Okay, still it didn't change here. You can see just refresh it. No, it's not taking. Just inspect and check in console. Okay, we didn't add the jQuery file in head tag, so we need to add that. That's why JavaScript jQuery files is not accepting the files that we just linked in body tag. So in master page we need to cut this line, this jQuery, cut it from here and we need to paste it in the head section. Paste it after here. Save it. Now refresh in browser. Control Shift R. Still it's not taking it. I think we didn't provided the class for this. Let's check in repeater control. Okay, so in table tag we need to add classes. The first one is table. Data table, data hyphen table, hyphen export space. The next one is table hyphen hover no wrap. Save it. Now let's refresh the page in browser. F5. Okay, now it's done. You can see. But still this part, the pagination part, is not well formed. I don't know why. Okay, let me check in admin template the links of says JavaScript that we have done in the body part. Let me check first line by line. Is it proper or like maybe some other issue is there? Let me check. Okay, so here instead of buttons bootstrap, like we need editable bootstrap something. Let's check. Here this one. Just comment this first, Control KC. Okay, this one I have added and the previous one I have commented. The button dot bootstrap, this one data tables dot bootstrap. Okay, save it. Now let's refresh it. Okay, now here is perfect, but here one more thing is left, like here it should come the plus symbol, so I have to consider that also. Okay, let's resize it. Okay, now it's coming here, it's there. If you click on it, it will gonna display the remaining columns for this row, like this way. Okay, so now it's working perfectly. That was the issue of that the link that we have given, that was the wrong, so just make sure it should be correct. Okay, so we are listing is done. Now we're going to edit it and delete it. Here here while we select the image, it should display the image at the bottom, like for previewing how it will looks. Okay, so for that, like we have taken the image control, I think, but we didn't added the JavaScript jQuery part code, which is going to reflect here. Okay, let's open our category page. So here we have taken that image preview, like image control, but we didn't added the JavaScript or jQuery code in the above. We need to add first. So we need to add it in the first content one. Paste it. So I will be providing this code, JavaScript code. Okay, so now let's save it. Refresh the page in browser. Now let's select any image. Still it's not coming. Okay, we didn't call this function, that like it's a function we need to call it when we select the image. At that time that function should get called and it will gonna display that the image in that image control. So on file upload control, here on change, when there is an on change event occurred, at that time we need to call that function image preview and parameter this semicolon. Save it. Now refresh it. Let's add now image. Can see, now can see the preview of the image which we're going to select here to run display. Okay, so now let's work on this edit. Like if we click on this edit icon, these details will going to fill here, like for editing purpose, like this text scenes will come here in the this control, and the image going to display here, and active it will going to selected. Okay, so like this way, like we can edit. So first we need to work on this link button. Okay, so let's open our Visual Studio. Here on the list part in action, here. So here on this link button we need to add some attribute, like the command name Okay, so first add the command argument. Remove this, add single quote, angular bracket, person, eval, in double quotes, category ID. After that, command name, add it, save it. Okay, now we need to create an event for this repeater control. Stop it, and that is on item command. On item command equals to create new event, enter. So it will gonna create our event in the code behind page. You can see here in code behind that event has been created. Okay, we need to like we are using the label control, which we need to make it this one in okay, let me show you in design page top. Maybe, yeah, we are using the label control for displaying the message, but that part disappear after 3 to 5 seconds. For that we need to add JavaScript again here the top, just above that, paste it. Okay, so like I will be providing this both JavaScript code, okay, and data table zip file, so don't worry about it. Okay, like we're going to check it after later, because right now we don't perform any action to get denote this message on our screen, so we'll check later. Okay, so we are on that code behind page on that event. So here first of all we need to set that label message dot visible is equals to false at starting. So here we need to check like if the command name that we are passing there from the design page, if it is added, then it should come in this inside the if condition. If you notice, just now we have taken that command argument here and command name. So if the command name is added, so it will gonna check from this e argument. So e dot command name will get the added. So if it is true, it will come inside this command in this if condition. So first of all we need to copy the code for that that we are doing here, connection string and all. Okay, till here we can copy and paste it here. Okay, so we need to change here the action name, get by ID, save it, and we need to pass here parameter as well. So let's duplicate this line and rename the parameter name here category ID, and the value that is going to come from e dot command argument, because we have passed that value in the command argument. If you see here in command argument we have passed the category ID, so it will gonna pass that ID here. Okay, so we can pass that ID in the parameter of this stored procedure. Okay, now we're going to get the data and we're going to store in data table object. Now we want to fetch the record from there, and we need to assign to the controls like text box control for the category name. So let's do it one by one. category name dot text is equals to dt dot rows at 0 position. Now we need to provide the name of that column, that is category name. So it should be in string. Now let's do for the checkbox. Is active dot checked not true? Here it will gonna display a come from the data table, so it should be in boolean, right? So for that we need to first convert that value into boolean to boolean. Now we need to pass that value dt dot rows 0 position, that column name is active semicolon. Now we want to display that image in that image control. So for that, image view dot image URL. So we are like kept that image upload as an optional part, like we can add category without the image. Okay, so but when it is an optional, we want to display the preview image. The preview image, like that one, the default, sorry, not preview, the default image that we written the code. Like if it is there is no image present in the tables column, so it will gonna display the default image instead that. Okay, instead of that. So for that, like if we need to check if the string dot is null or empty. If not, then we need to pass that our, if it is null, at that times what we need to check, we need to assign that image the default image, otherwise whatever the image present in that column will gonna display that. So first of all we need to find whether we have any image data like in that column or not. So for that we need to fetch the data from that column. Category image URL to string. So we're gonna check here. Okay, we need to here this is the closing of this to string, and so closing of this. So here we'll check if this value is null, then we are going to use here ternary operator. So if it is null, we want to pass that the image default image, so it will be in images folder. With the name no underscore image dot png. In else, if it is not empty, in else part we need to pass that the value that is coming from the tables column. Okay, but before that we need to concatenate this text. Okay, so concatenate the value that is going to come from this one. Copy, paste, semicolon. Okay, so after that, okay, we need to mention here the image width and height. let's give 200. Same for width also. Okay, so we have taken here one hidden field control in our design page, just below that file upload control in the form here or here. So in this we need to store the category ID, like while we are going to edit record, when we are about to save the edited record, what that at that time how it will gonna come, which record like we are editing. So we are going to get the ID from this hidden field control. So for that we need to assign that value in this hidden field. So let's assign the value hidden field category ID dot value, that is coming from, let's change the column name category ID, save it, semicolon. And like if you notice, like the text on button while adding the category, it's add, but while we are updating, the text should become update, right, or edit, you can say, like whatever like you want. So we need to change the text also of that button. So for that we can change from here btn adder update dot text is equals to update, save it. Okay, now let's run and see. Let's click on this edit. Okay, so here like if we click any of this item, this form page has this required field validator on this control. That means when any buttons get clicked, this required field should get filled first off. So we don't want that. So how to avoid or to overcome that, like we can add one attribute to this control on the button, like let's add here on the category design page. Here we need to set causes validation is equals to false. Save it and refresh. Now if we click here, can see, okay, we have moved forward, but we got the error here. Don't know why. Let's add a breakpoint so we can know about it. Let's continue. Refresh the page, click on edit. Now the breakpoint got hit here. Just simple like how to add breakpoint, just click over here, or you can right click here to insert this one conditional breakpoint if you're gonna add that breakpoint. Now we need to debug it. For that, moving forward, like we can do this one F10, can do it from here or by the key F10 can do. So here the command name is edit, so it will gonna inside this, come inside this if condition here. So condition get fetch here in command argument, there is a 1. Okay, that means that value of category ID we are getting from here, that from the design to command argument. So while calling the store procedure, I think we got the issue. Let's see. Okay, we got the value, can see here in the view part. Okay, there is no value coming from the table. Why it's so? Okay, there is no value, that's why giving this here error while reading the data from data table. So let's check in our database table. Get by ID. Okay, we didn't added that action get by id here. That's why we are not getting any data. Okay, so let's add first. Okay, it's a alter procedure. Like you can just right click on it and click on modify. It will open this code. Okay, let me show you once again. Modify. So here we need to add that. Let's copy, paste here, get category by id, get by id, where category id is equals to category id. Press F5 or click on execute. It's gonna update the store procedure. Click on continue. It will gonna give us error for this time. Refresh the page. Now try this time. And let's add a breakpoint over here. Press F5. Let's check whether this time we got the data or not. Okay, we got here. Now it will gonna add that record. Click on continue. Okay, so that item has been filled here. Category name, the image preview like here, and is active or not. That part is also is working here. Now what we want, like when we click on update, the data should be saved in our table, right? So we have already done that part, like while adding the data new category. At that time we have done the updating part of existing category. So let's add a breakpoint and see how it works. On this button click. This button is for adding or updating both. Okay, both event we are handle here. Okay, let's check. Okay, instead of jeans, like I need to make it jeans, and let's change the image. Let's click select this one, open, and this time we'll make it inactive. Now click on update. So our breakpoint has been hit here, F10. So now here we're going to get the value of category ID, which is stored in hidden field. Okay, so we have got the value of category ID which we need to edit. So here you can see 1. Now we're going to pass here, like so based on category ID. If it is 0, then insert action will be called, but it is not 0, it's 1. So it will going to call the update action method in this store procedure, and with the parameters like category ID, the name, and the check, it will gonna pass here the updated record. Okay, now okay, it will gonna check if it has file, like the image is selected or not. If there is no image, it will gonna update with empty field for that, like it will remove the path of the image from the column of the tables. So it will gonna first of all find here this one, it's a valid extension or not. Okay, let's come inside this. By F11 can click here this one, or press F11 key. So it's going to come inside that function, this valid extension. We have passed the file name or the file name that we have selected. Okay, so based on that we need to check whether the file extension is from this type, like JPG, PNG, or JPG. Like if it is other type of file extension, like it will not going to add it. Okay, we want this type of extension only. So it will gonna check in the string of array which contains this data, 3 files. Okay, three file extension. So it will check whether the file contains this one. First it will gonna loop inside this, that is the JPG. So it will gonna check whether the file name contains that last one JPG or not. Okay, so it contains that JPG, so it comes inside this if condition. So we need to like stop here the for loop, that is by using the break keyword, and we have set the value is valid to true. So it will return that value true. If it is not contain any extension from this string of array, it will gonna return value false. So we'll come to know that it's a valid image format or not. Okay, so now it's a true, so if condition is true, so it will come inside this if condition. Now by this function get unique ID, if you press F11, this one, it's gonna generate a new unique ID every time by using this grid new grid function which is present in this grid class. Okay, so F10, so we'll get here the value that is generated right now. Okay, so it will gonna generate every time a new value, a unique value. Okay, now we want to fetch the file extension. Here we got that, and we want to set the image path that we're going to save in table. Okay, so it will be in format image category, the file name that we have generated here right now, and extension. So we'll combine into one, and see here in image path, images category, and the image name .jpg. Okay, now we want to save that the image in our images folder. So by this one method posted file save as, it will gonna save, but where we need to save, we need to give the path. So we are like where we our project is there, for that finding that the root one. So server.map path, it will gonna start from that root till, okay, from there it will gonna find the images folder. Like if we are in this project, right, so server.map path, it will gonna consider where our project is been located, stored. Okay, from there it will find, and till here symbol is used, character is used, so it will gonna start from this the project name. From here it will gonna start to find this images folder, which will get here. Okay, here. So after that, inside that it will find the category folder, and in that it will gonna save this the image with this name and the extension. Okay, so let's press F10. Now if you notice here, we have already one, but we need to refresh show all files. So you will see show all files. Okay, now you can see here the newly added file. Okay, this one we have selected, right, F10. So we have added that image path for the store procedure parameter. Okay, now we have set this is valid to true, because like if we has image, so this one going to set to true, because if it is true, then it is going to execute the store procedure, like for inserting or updating. If it is not, it will not gonna update or perform any action. Okay, so we have set here the value to true. So now here it come. So here suppose if there is no image selected here, no file is there, then in else part we have to set it manually, like it's true. That means without image we are going to add or update the category. So for right now we have image, so it comes inside this if condition and check like if it is okay, then it was going to set the value to true. Now if it come out here, it will not check if the value is true. Of course it's true, then it will come inside this if condition, and we have to set the command type to store procedure. We have to open the store procedure and going to execute the store procedure. And now you can see our store procedure is executed here. Now we need to display the message. So based on ID we have in the category variable category ID, we will going to get the message inserted or updated. We are right now have the value 1. That means we will going to have here updated value in this action name. F10, can see here value is updated. Now here it will gonna form the text message here for displaying category updated successfully. If it is inserted, at that time this inserted value will come inside this variable. At that time message will be like category inserted successful. Okay, so both for the both we are displaying this success message, like the background color being in green color. So press F10. Finally it will gonna close the connection that we have opened. Over here we have opened our connection string, right? So we need to close it. So we have taken the try catch block. In try it will gonna keep the code that we can generate any exception or error. So for that, like when error or exception is there, like we will going to catch it here. Okay, and if it is not, so we have opened the connection string, so every time should be get closed in the final block. Okay, so the when we execute the try catch block gonna call. Okay, but if any exception or error comes, then it comes out from there to catch block. Okay, but after executing this catch block, it will gonna come inside this finally block every time. Suppose if we don't have any error in try block, it will not going to come inside this catch block. It will go directly to the final block. That means finally block will gonna execute every time. Okay, after try block it will gonna finally call the final block. If it is any error or exception, it will come first in catch block, then it will gonna go inside this final block. Okay, F10. Okay, so can see here category update is successful. Can see. Okay, so okay, the category is updated successful, but this part is didn't clear. We need to clear the fields while after adding. Okay, and we need to call the function which fetched data from this. Okay, so we didn't call the function, that's why this record has not been updated. Okay, so we need to add that code, the code behind when we update here. So when we updated the record, at that time we need to call that function get categories. So it will gonna fetch the latest record from the tables. Okay, I'm gonna display in that repeater control, and we need to clear that field. So we have made the function as well, right? So that is clear, I think. Yeah, not that. Clear, save it. Okay, we need to start it again because we did change in our code behind. Run and see. Okay, now you can see here the record has been came with the updated. We have set that inactive and the image has been changed, text as well changed. Okay, now let's try it again. Edit it, jeans. Okay, this time we will not going to select any image. Okay, let's make it update and let's see. Okay, first it will gonna find that. Okay, can see here it's not gone this inside this function. Can see here it's false. It don't have any file, so it didn't came inside this if block. It directly came here in else block. So it will gonna set this value to true. Now it knows that we need to execute this part, like we need to update it without the image. So here we didn't pass this parameter as well. If it has any image, then it at that time we need to pass this parameter image URL. Otherwise we don't need to pass. Okay, so here now you can see it will gonna execute. Okay, it's updated successful. Now you can see here it's again updated, so it will gonna display the message updated. And after this it will gonna call this function get category. Come here in this function, you can press F11 to come inside this function, and it will gonna call that data from the data table. Now it will gonna clear that fields. Okay, press F5 or continue. You can see here the image has been reset and the part has been here, the name has been gone, and you can see that validation the display message was also gone within 3 or to 5 seconds. It has been disappeared, right? So we have done that the JavaScript code, right? So based on that it works. Okay, you can see here the updated database data here screen. Okay, that means here insert, update, and yeah, and the listing part is done. Now only the one part is left, that is the delete part. Okay, okay, let's work on this delete part. So in design page, category, over here. So let's copy this part that we did for edit and paste it here. So instead of edit, we need to take it here delete, and while deleting we need category ID, right? So we're going to pass that. Go to the code behind page to work on the delete part in the event that on item command over here. So here if it is edit, command name is edit, it will come inside this, else we can check for delete. Okay, let's copy this, else, paste, let's take it delete, save it. Now inside it again we need to get that SQL connection and all. So let's copy from here till here, paste. Now let's add try. You can see here directly we can get this try code with the finally like code spin it. Can press enter here, then tab. No, it didn't work. Okay, tab, yeah, when we press the tab twice it will gonna add, but we want the catch block as well. So let's copy the catch block from this catch, copy this finally also. We'll need to close the connection. Okay, let's copy this whole part from try to finally and replace here, paste. Okay, we don't need this here. Let's remove this part. The message category deleted successful. Save it. We don't need to clear any field. Remove this function. In exception, it gonna catch that exception. Finally, it will gonna close the connection. That's it. Let's rerun. Let's run it again. Okay, click on delete. Can see the category has been deleted successful as it shows, but still we didn't but still we are able to see this record. Just refresh the page and see whether record has been okay, it's there. That means record has been not deleted. Let's debug it. Click press like add a breakpoint over here on the delete part. click on delete. Okay, it came here. Command name is delete. Okay, we forget this action name, that is the delete we need to call, right? So that's why delete. Okay, F10, value is 1. Okay, it's now deleted, and this time just press continue. Can see record has been deleted, no data available in table. So let's check in our table. Execute. Can see there is no record present in our table. Okay, so that means like this part is working. So let's add one item again, and this time without any image, and let's make it active. Add, continue. Okay, there is something issue. Let's add here again. Can see the error is cannot insert the null value in this category image URL, saying we can't enter the null value. Okay, let's go to our database. Inside the tables, open category, the design part. Okay, we didn't set this allow null to true. While writing the query, I forgot to make it nullable, so it should be nullable. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, yes, it asking like this table is being used, the ID is used in category as well as in product in subcategory, so it will gonna affect that table as well. Save. Okay, it's been saved. Can see here save button has been hidden. Let's add this time. F5. Can see here the image has been added successfully. Okay, but here can see the image is not present, so at that time the alternate text, the image that we have given, so that is displaying. Let me show you in category design page. Over here, like this one image, right? So we have given the alternate text, that is image. That means it didn't find any image URL. So in this function we have said if it is empty or null, at that time we want to display this, but I didn't add this added this image in our images folder. So let's add it first. For that we need to stop this project. Go to Solution Explorer. Inside the images folder, just paste. Okay, we got that image here. Now let's run and see. Okay, we have run this class, so that's why we are getting the error. We can go directly from here as well, that is admin category. Enter. Now you can see we got this image, no image available. If we click on edit, can see here this image has been came. That means there is no image for preview. Okay, if we update, let's remove the breakpoint. From here as well, click on continue. Can see update is successful and it's been updated as well here. Okay, so everything is worked perfectly for this page. Okay, and you can filter the record as well from here. Okay, let me add one more thing. T-shirt. Okay, so it came here. Now you can see here like there is an option for sorting by the column wise. By the names, it's sorted in ascending. You can see here the top is ascending. The J's come first in alphabet, then T. If we click on again here, it gets in descending, like T's come first and J later. So we have option to filter here as well, like active. First I's came, then A. If you come here, first A, then I. That is in ascending order. And the date wise also we can filter. You can see here, but in action we don't want that, so that's why we have given the class for that. Let me show you in design page. Here in the table head for action, we have given the class data table no sort. No sorting we don't need any sorting for that here. That's why that sorting icon had didn't came on that in this column. Okay, and here in this column, the name, we have given the class table plus. If you minimize this page, you can see here this plus icon has been came. So where it came in the name column. So in the name we have given this class table plus. In the, this one, the name header part as well as in the data part, we have given the same class name for this category name. That's why we can see here this one. If we expand, you can see the rest details of this for this row. Okay, if we close, it's gonna hide, but if we expand it, it will gonna display. So it's a responsive. Okay, so we can search the record from here as well. Like we want to t-shirt. Can see we have only t-shirt. Just remove jeans. And we can get the print as well. Like if we click on print, this will gonna come to a printer to get the print. If you don't have any printer, then you can save it to PDF. Okay, we're gonna save as PDF, and like in PDF also, it will gonna save that record in PDF. So open the file. You can see here that saved data has been came here. Okay, so here the heading part came from the title of the master page. So from there it's taking that name. So if we change that, it will change here as well. And we have option in CSV also. So let's open. Can see here it's get saved here as well. So here you can see the image and action were empty in this Excel as well as in PDF. Why? Because image we don't have any data. We are displaying the URL in the image control, not the actual data, but we are displaying for the columns. Okay, but in action we don't have any data. We have the buttons edit and delete. So that's why these both columns were empty. Okay, only the data part has been saved. Okay, let's change the name, like the title for save. While when it's saved, the name we need to change. Okay, so let's close this, don't save. In master page, where we have the title of this, here you can see here the title part here. Let's make it admin area, save it, or admin module, can see. Okay, just refresh it. Now save it this time. Open. Can see the file name has been saved with the name admin area. Can see here admin space area. Okay, now everything is worked perfectly. Okay, we need to do this as well. Here we are in category page, but still shows here dashboard, so we need to change that. So for that we can do some changes in the code behind. Okay, so let's do it. And here, like if we have more than 10 records, the first 10 record will gonna display in the first page, that is in page 1, and the rest of items will gonna appear in the second page. Then here page 2 option will come. Okay, and we click on the page 2, it will gonna display the 11th record and 11th and so forth. Okay, so like that it will gonna work, that pagination part. By default 10 is there. Okay. Okay, so we need to make that changes for this breadcrumb. Okay, and then we need to change here this category item menu as well here. Okay, so these two things left for this page, rest of part has been done. Okay, so let's stop this. So in code behind page, in page load event, we need to set some value in the session. Let's give the session name as breadcrumb. Copy it, paste it, breadcrumb page, category, save it. So I have taken here two sessions with the name breadcrumb title, breadcrumb page. So in this one we have saved the value manage category and here category. So now we have to use this session, the design page. Okay, that's breadcrumb part we don't have here, we have in our master page. Okay, let's open our admin master page. Over here we have, okay, so here instead of this good morning just on text, we need to take that our just on value. Okay, so for that let's remove this and let's check angular bracket person. Let's type response dot write semicolon. So inside this write method we will going to paste, or like it will display that session value, session, the name of the session. Let's copy it from code behind page, title, paste it here. Just copy this part, copy, and now here instead of dashboard we need to change that. Okay, so first of all we need to set this first one as home, or dashboard, you can give anything. Okay, right now, okay, let it be dashboard, and here the page name that we need to give here, that is dashboard. .axps. Let's align it. Control D, duplicate this line and add here class. Text muted, active. We don't want this in anchor tag, so let's remove this anchor tag from here and paste that we have copied. So instead of title here, it should be a page, and here one more attribute like I have to add area hyphen current is equals to page. Save it. Okay, now open the page, this category, and run. Can see here the dashboard has been came here and the category. That means right now we are in category page, but we can go to the main page, that is the dashboard. If we click on here, it came to the dashboard page. Now we have to work on the menu part for category. Master page. Okay, let's change here this one. In I, we don't need this. This class feather icon. Instead of that, let's add font awesome FA tachometer L. Here instead of application, let's take it categories, or category you can give. Okay, so here like we have this application, so instead of that I have taken here categories. Save it and refresh. Here this icon will gonna change, okay, and this text will change. Let's see, came this categories. Okay, still didn't change. Okay, let's remove this attribute from here. Save it. Now refresh. You can see that it has been changed, and here we have to change the menu first, that is category. Category.axps. You don't want this attribute, remove it, and you have to change here the class for it, for the icon. Tag, and text as well we need to change. Save it, refresh. Okay, now we click on category. It came here and it's been selected, the menu. If we go to dashboard, it can selected. Okay, so like this way it will gonna work. Okay, so we have completed this page successfully. So that's it for this video. I hope you like this video. Please do subscribe to our channel and like our videos and share with someone who need it. Okay, so guys, we'll meet in the next video. Till then, bye, take care, thank you for watching.